Merio sam ovu kutiju ne čuju na startu i tamo sam. Svaki onaj grb dona, ono juče da...
Pa nije ni sad došlo ništa. Ovo je brezina.
Gdje smo? Ajde da probamo.
Šta da probam?
Pa, i...
Ide to.
Ja na... To. It's your pencil?
No.
It's mine.
Perfect. Your pen now. second day of the 12th CMAS World Freediving Indoor Championship here in Belgrade, Serbia. We're going to be doing our dynamic bifins dives today. My name is Brandon Reed. I am a freediving instructor, a breath training coach, and I will be leading all of the action for you guys today, starting off strong with a bit of dancing from our awesome safety team. Loving the energy that we're bringing today to day 2. Before we begin, I did want to go over the medal placements from yesterday. Yesterday we did dynamic no fins, and we also did endurance 16 times 50. So to start, we have the junior category with Egi Yanki Güneş of Turkey getting a gold medal. In the senior men's category, we have Matt Molina, who got a gold medal with 233 meters. Vanja Peleš of Croatia in silver medal with 227.3 meters. And Guillaume Bordila of France with 210 meters with bronze medal. Masters category, we have Aris Ioannidis of Greece with 139 meters with a gold medal, and Peter Munch-Trulsen of Denmark with 106 meters. Masters 50 to 54. And then Masters 55 to 59, we have Frederic Marie of Australia with 83 meters and a white card, or and a gold medal. Junior women, we have Sude Fidan of Turkey with 113 meters. Gold medal, Alia Akar of Turkey, 103 meters. Silver medal, Toprak Toprak of Turkey, 91 meters. Bronze medal. Senior division, Julia Kozerska of Poland, 210 meters, which is a new world record, and a gold medal. Mirela Kardasevic of Croatia, silver medal, 200 meters, and then Magdalena Solch-Talanda of Poland with 198.69 meters, bronze medal. We're getting through. In the Masters division, for dynamic without fins, Karen Dana Prins of Netherlands with 144 meters, gold medal. Ute Wangdek of Germany with 95 meters, silver medal. Eva Heinz, Germany, 80 meters, bronze medal. And I will find the endurance results for you guys later. For now, we are going to begin our first round of the day. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, top time. You heard the announcer call top time. Divers have 30 seconds after top time is called to begin their dive. Just heard plus 10 seconds, so letting the divers know where they are in that 30-second range. And then we begin. Lane A, we have Walter Strumbrichler of Austria. Lane 2, we have Basalish, Martin Balázs, of Hungary, and Ege of Turkey. Ege is competing in the junior division, and as we just said, got a gold medal yesterday in dynamic no fins. So in this discipline, you can see that we're wearing fins, which is different from yesterday's dynamic session. Using bifins in this discipline. Okay, looking good. We are around, I believe, maybe 80 meters for Martin. In this discipline, divers are finning back and forth with individual fins. We say Egi also up. And Walter's still going strong. What we're looking for in technique here is a nice streamlined position. You can see him coming up now. Giving the clean surface protocol, showing the OK sign. And looking at the judges while he does so. Judges have 20 seconds to give a decision, and so that's why we often see the prolonged and awkward eye contact with an athlete staring off. They are staring at the judges who are staring back at them.
We will continue with the second group of divers in lane D. We are going to follow Japec Jakopin from Slovenia. In lane C, Tony Asbjørnsen from
But
Norway.
there were some issues. If there's, in this case, we are looking for, specifically with bifins, we're looking for any kind of movement where the bifins becomes a monofin kick or a dolphin kick. That would be considered a penalty. We can also consider a early start before the official top has been announced as a penalty. And there are a few other little things that can count as penalties. And then there are red cards. Red cards are when you did not complete the surface protocol, you did not start on time. Usually it is left for any kind of hypoxic event where your airways dip below the surface, though. You see some of our athletes here getting ready. We can also see the wide variety of ways that athletes do prepare. Some lay quietly, others hang out on their phones, others talk. This is such a unique sport in that each diver has their own unique way of preparing for their disciplines and what they find relaxing. Someone might find talking to people very not relaxing before a dive, while other people may be a bit more nervous, and so they need that sort of distraction to keep them unfocused on what they're about to do. Okay. Up next in Heat 2, we have Frederick Mary of Australia. In lane A, we have Wolf Hiltenzauer of Austria. Lane B, Tony Absjornsen of Norway in lane C, and Jakbek Jakopin of Slovenia in lane D. Jakbek, one of our Masters divers, and if I recall correctly, he was also at the CMAS Depth World Championship in Kash, Turkey last year, and did some pretty amazing dives. I believe he said to me last year that he's going to dive 1 meter for every year he's been alive, and last year he did 70 meters at the comp, which is such an awesome way to live your life, you know? Like, I absolutely love that. Divers preparing here, getting ready. Again, in a discipline like dynamic bifins, relaxation is so important. You know, unlike yesterday where we were looking at the endurance discipline, where it was a combination of speed and time was the fact that we were going for. In these dynamic disciplines, we're looking for distance. And it doesn't matter if you do the distance in 1 minute or 7 minutes. What matters is the maximum distance.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, top dive.
See some divers. See Japek off in the distance doing some packing. And everybody's off. Great. Okay, we can see a good mix of finning techniques here. We see some divers finning slowly the whole way. We see, I believe that is Wolf in lane B, finning and then stopping, finning and then stopping. Again, this is such a unique sport in that divers have the option to figure out what works best for them in terms of their relaxation. Some divers may find it easier to give a few kicks and then glide, a few kicks and then glide. Others may find it easier to have a very small amplitude on their kicks but go the whole way. Other divers may find that having their heads above, or their hands above their head, to be not relaxing, and so they let them down to their sides. It's oftentimes just up to the diver to decide what works best for them. Moving past 100 now. In the technique here, we can see, once again, hands nice out in front of us. Nice little point and a straight line from the tip of the fingers down to the toes. Try and keep the body as in line as possible to reduce as much drag as we can. And hitting the wall, seeing some really nice turning techniques here. Okay, I believe that's Wolf. Yep, cool. Nice strong surface protocol. You can see him taking really strong deep breaths. He's doing something called recovery breathing. And that is a technique that freedivers will use to freedivers will use in order to keep the partial pressure of oxygen up in their lungs while, or in their blood, while also removing CO2 and adding more oxygen into your lungs. I'll go a bit more into detail about that later today. Suffice to say, we'll talk a little bit about the science of freediving very soon. There we see Tony. So I'm going to quickly take a look here and see if I can give you guys some results from the previous heat.
We are waiting the official results of two previous group, and now
Okay, great.
we will introduce you with the next group of divers.
Okay, so from heat 1, Ege of Turkey did 101 meters, white card. Balázs Martin of Hungary did 82. White card. And Walter of Austria did 129.46. Also a white card. Let's see, for heat B, Wolf did 159 meters.
Attention please.
White card.
Race number 3. Last 3 minutes.
Tony Abstjornsen did 127.5 meters. Frederick Mayer of Australia did 126.46. White card. And we're still waiting on Japek. Vid, yes, that's correct. They did have a new category for him at the Depth World Championships. CMAS operates on a Masters division where every 5 years you enter a new division. And so each one has its own set of records for both men and women and for all disciplines.
Last 2 minutes.
For those who are interested, the current world records in this discipline are set at 264.7 for men by Vitomir Maricic of Croatia, and 243.7 by Mirela Kardasevic of Croatia. Both are competing today, so maybe we will see some new world records. And to be fair, we have a lot of fantastic athletes here this year. I believe from over 28 countries, we have 130 athletes.
Last 1 minute.
Heat 3, we have Peter Munk Trulsen of Denmark. Lane A, Kasper Marty Beckman of Denmark. Lane B, Boris Just, Austria. Lane C, and Jakob Benjabal of Kuwait. Lane D.
Last 30 seconds. 20. 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top time.
Okay. Peter's off first, followed by
Last 10
Boris.
seconds.
Casper off next. And then Jakob. Casper is here competing in the disabled category. Did an amazing job yesterday. I don't remember exactly offhand what he did in dynamic no fins, but I believe set a new record in that. Started freediving about 3 years ago and has been going strong ever since. He's been competing in a few competitions before. Most recently, he got second place in a Danish competition this year. See our other divers off in the distance. Something that you can notice is that our divers are wearing weights around their necks and their waists. In a discipline like this, where slow and steady is more of the way to go, divers will often wear a wetsuit versus a pool suit. Wetsuit being more warm, but also being more floaty. And so our divers need to wear weights around both their neck and sometimes around their waist in order to help keep them in a neutral position in the water. Okay, Casper's up, looking nice and strong. Very nice performance. Divers want to stay at a neutral position in the water. They don't want to be floating or sinking, because as soon as they start floating or sinking, they are using more energy to stay either off the bottom or away from the top. And so if they are weighted correctly, they don't have to work on that and use energy for that. All they have to do is work on going forward. And so that's why we can see all of our athletes wearing a variety of different kinds of neck weights. Some divers will opt for the neck weight and waist combo. Others, I'm sure you've seen a lot of the lobster weights around. Those divers, those kinds of weights, the ones that go down your spine, distribute the weight more evenly across your body. And so you have an easier time maintaining your entire streamlined position through the water versus having a weight around your neck and a weight around your waist that's pulling you down in those points. As we can see, our divers are very easily able to stay in that same position across. Lots of applause, lots of love here for Casper. Very nicely done. Yes, bid for Japek. He did 164 meters, which puts him at first place in that heat. And actually first place overall in dynamic bifins so far today. Dromelius, thank you very much. I'm doing my best. Up next, moving on to Heat 4. We have Aris Ioannidis, sorry, Ioannidis. Sorry, the Greek names always get me. Aris is from Greece. We have Dusan Mihailovic of Serbia, Martino Valsangiacomo of Switzerland, and Denis Poliviani of Ukraine. Up next. From the last heat, Heat 3, we have Peter Munch-Troelsen of Denmark with 161, white card. Casper of Denmark with 143.9, white card. Boris Just, 159.2, white card for the Masters division. I'm sorry, no, that's not correct. Just a white card. Ignore the Masters part. And Jakob from Kuwait with 150 meters. Getting a view here of our safeties floating in the water. You can notice that there are 2 safeties per lane. And that's so that our safeties are able to follow the divers while also being able to trade off the spaces in the water. So you'll see as we go, the safeties will follow from the one end of the pool, and then when they reach the middle, the other safety will take over. And this is in order to make sure that our safeties don't get too tired, and they're also always fresh to be able to go down and rescue a diver in the event of a hypoxic event. Safety being a massive priority here. On both sides of the pool, we have medical stations equipped with oxygen, any kind of resuscitation devices that you may need, and 2 medical teams ready to jump in at a moment's notice.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, stop time.
Down to the bottom, you can see Aris doing some big packing. Packing is a technique that divers will use to add more air into their lungs. And this is something they can use to push out their dive times a little bit longer. One thing to note, though, is that this is something that these divers have practiced. Not only practicing safely, but also in terms of making sure their weighting is correct. This is, obviously, the more air you put into your lungs, the more floaty you become. And as such, since you can't change your weight halfway through your dive because you're too floaty, a diver needs to know exactly how many packs they're going to take before they start their dive. And they have to practice this. If they haven't practiced it, then they might find that the number of packs that they take or the strength of the packs that they take is too much or too little, and they will once again end up fighting positive or negative buoyancy, which then becomes less efficient and wastes oxygen. Jacopin's result was 164 meters. And here actually we can see a good example of two divers at different levels in the pool. A diver has the choice to decide if they want to be very close to the bottom or if they want to be in sort of the middle of the column or even higher up towards the top of the water. Divers decide this and practice this, and it ultimately is about what is comfortable for them. We can see a little bit of knee kicking coming from Aris. That is not entirely unexpected. As we continue to push these dive distances, what happens is lactic acid builds up. And it's as if you are running a lot. You get that tight feeling in your legs, you feel the stress, and you lose some of your coordination with your legs. Okay, Aris coming up. Whoop, keep breathing, keep breathing. Oh, nope, okay. So we saw there that Dushan looks like he went under the water a little bit. Safeties immediately jumped in, are supporting him, have removed his facial equipment, and already back. What we saw there is something called a LMC, or loss of motor control. That happens as the body is transitioning from being conscious and aware to blacking out due to lack of oxygen. Happens and is not actually a very... It's not a horrible thing. I mean, as we saw, he immediately regained consciousness as soon as he was supported and his airways were out of the water. One of the things that safeties do is breathe across a diver's face when their airways are out of the water. They do that because we have little receptors in our face that actually tell us when our face is out of the water and when it's in the water. Our face is out of the water, and we are or when we're having an LMC or we had a blackout, bringing our face out of the water, removing facial equipment, and blowing across the face tells our lizard brain that we are in a safe place, that we can actually start breathing again, and our body will naturally start breathing on its own without any type of rescue breaths needed, usually, depending on the severity of the blackout. And that's exactly what we saw there. We saw Dushan be supported by the safety divers. We saw them remove facial equipment, and we saw them blow across his face. And almost immediately, he came back to us, big smile on his face, fully recovered, and is now sitting on the side of the pool, hanging out.
Last 2 minutes.
Okay, as results come in, I will let you guys know what they are. All right, lane A, Aris, did 165.62 for the Masters division. we have Martino of Switzerland, who did 175.8 meters, white card. Denis Poliviani of Ukraine did 109 meters, white card. And then Dusan of Serbia did 171.2, and that is a red card. It's important to note that all of these results are unofficial. They're all pending review at the moment. And that will happen at the end of the day before the medals are obviously awarded.
Last 1 minute. Last 13 seconds.
Okay. Up next, starting with lane A, we have Martin Mueller of Austria. Lane B, Jared Briffa of Australia. Hamza Varol of Turkey, and Josel Nicolo Saceda Guzman of Norway.
10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top time.
Martin off first.
Last 10 seconds.
Everybody else off second. Time starts when a diver submerges their airways. Sorry, the dive starts, excuse me, when the diver submerges their airways, and ends when they bring them back up again. The name of the game in, really any freediving discipline is reduction of drag. Drag obviously means the more drag that we have on us, the harder we have to work. If we put our arms out to our sides and just fly through the water like an airplane, there's going to be a lot of water crashing onto our arms, and that will slow us down. If we put our hands out in front of us, more like an arrow, we are able to more easily cut through the water and sort of enter what's called the vortex. Sorry, Artie, I'm bringing up the vortex again. The vortex is basically the area of water around a diver that has been disturbed already. It's a thin layer, maybe a few centimeters, 15, 20 centimeters of water that has been disturbed by the diver cutting through originally. And in that area, the water is sort of swirling around and is not actually causing as much drag as it would be if we were outside of the vortex. And so with our diving, we want to try and stay within that vortex as much as we can with our technique. One of the things that will bring us out of that vortex is, as we saw, moving our neck. That puts a little bit of a banana position into us, which moves us out of it. Kicking with too high of an amplitude will also do that. And again, in a discipline where you are going for distance, not time, it more benefits you. Sorry, I'm just watching Giselle in front of me. He's keeping some strong recovery breaths on the surface. He's very close to hypoxic event, but we are good to go. Airways did not dip. Got a white card. I believe that should be a new national record. I think we're at 175 for him there. We'll find out momentarily. I was talking about the vortex.
Before we get
Okay.
the official results, ladies and gentlemen,
Yes, lots of
here are
different
the
techniques.
competitors in group number 6. U stazi D, Nebojša Nišević, Serbia. Lane C,
Let me collect my thoughts
Bilal
again.
Yalcin, Turkey.
It's very
Lane
distracted.
B, Marcel Bago, Hungary. And in lane A, from Kuwait, Hamad Al-Kandari.
Attention please, race number 6, last 3 minutes.
Okay, yes. So looking at this position, we can sort of see the legs coming up back a little bit behind. It's still probably within the vortex. And again, every diver is different. Every diver has a way that is comfortable for them to dive. And it's always a trade-off of efficiency versus relaxation and comfort, because both are incredibly important in freediving and in dynamic disciplines in particular. And perhaps some divers have a harder time staying relaxed, and so they will sacrifice a bit of efficiency in the water to maintain that relaxation. As you can see sometimes with divers diving with their arms at their sides versus over their heads. And other divers may be able to relax through holding a perhaps a bit more uncomfortable position.
Last 2 minutes.
And they will instead focus on the efficiency, keeping their arms above their heads, staying within that vortex as a top priority, all that good stuff. Thanks for all the love in the chat, you guys. I really appreciate it. If you guys do have any questions, please do feel free to let me know. I am a huge freediving nerd, and so I will talk about freediving until I am blue in the face. So if you have any questions, please do let me know. I'm happy to answer.
Last 1 minute.
It gives us all an opportunity to learn something new. Up next in Heat 6, we have Hamad Al-Kandari of Kuwait, Marcel Bago of Hungary, Bilal Yalcin of Turkey, and Nebojša Nišević of Serbia.
Last 13 seconds.
Bilal is competing in the junior division.
$20. 10.
Please do feel free to
5,
spam
4,
your love for
3,
your athletes in the chat.
2, 1, top time.
Athletes always love to see all of the love and support that you guys give. A lot of them will look through this video looking for their
Plus
technique,
10
looking for
seconds.
ways to sort of improve it, or looking just for some Instagram candy. And it's always nice for them to see the love and support that you guys have for them.
And during this race, just to announce, Martin Miller,
following Hamad in lane A. The national record is currently set at 131.5 meters.
Austrian diver. Currently the second result, the best result so far, made by José Nicola Guzman from Norway, 175.85. And on the third place is Arisionidis from Greece, 165.62.
The last heat results, we have Martin Mueller with 175.5 meters, white card. Jared Briffa of Australia, 157.4 meters, white card. Hamza Varol of Turkey, 136.6 meters, white card for the junior division. And Josel Nicola Saceda Guzman of Norway with 175.85 meters, also a white card. Okay. I believe that is Hamad. That is Hamad. Nice clean surface protocol. I believe this is Marcel. Yes. Strong recovery breaths. Keep breathing. There's sometimes a tendency for divers to give strong recovery breaths, and then as they give the surface protocol, sometimes they will sort of reduce the number of breathing and the frequency of breaths that they're taking. And so what you can sometimes see is a diver will come up, they will give their strong recovery breaths, they'll be doing okay with recovery, they'll start to do their surface protocol, and will then start to have an LMC. And airways can sometimes dip, and then it goes from being a white card to a red card. And so it shows how incredibly important it is to have that strong recovery breathing, not only after these competitive dives, but really anytime you dive. I always tell my students that whether you do a 1 second breath hold or a 1 minute or a 10-minute breath hold, you should always do recovery breaths. At least do your 3 strong ones, maybe more. And that's because our bodies can actually get programmed to do them. If you end every breath hold, every dive with strong recovery breaths, it will become a habit. And in a situation where you might be hypoxic, you might not be fully aware of what's going on, your body will it'll start that habit and will take over doing those recovery breathings for you, or at least will be much easier for you to do them. And it's a lot safer. That's one of the ways that we work to make freediving as safe as possible. And that's one of many things that you will learn if you ever take a freediving course, which I suggest if you have any interest in doing freediving, either in the pool or in depth, you go take a freediving course. You will learn how to dive safely. You will learn the physiology of freediving. We'll cover a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about now. And you'll work with a diver who can help you with your technique, and you'll have a great time. There's so many cool places to dive around the world. Being able to freedive them is such a pleasure and a blessing. Okay. All right, so we're getting some results. Hamad of Kuwait did 159.3, which is a new national record for Kuwait, blowing the last one out of the water. A little less than 30 meters difference. Amazing. Very nicely done, Hamad. Marcel of Hungary did 157.7 meters, white card. And we're still waiting on Bilal and Nebosha. Awesome, we've got some support here for Evan.
Attention please.
Evan
Race
being one of the
number 7.
U.S.
Last 3
athletes
minutes.
here. One of my fellow countrymen. Shout out. Yes, please do feel free to show your love. Spam the flags. Spam the hearts. Heat number 7, we have Finn Patrick Neb of Germany, Thomas Plum, Germany, Evan Walter, USA, and Gorkum Babahan of Turkey.
Last 2 minutes.
Divers are here getting ready, mentally
1.5
preparing, mentally relaxing. You'll notice walking back and forth, you'll see a lot of people in green shirts. Those are our judges. They are in charge of making sure that the rules of the dive are being upheld. They are recording the attempts for video footage. In case of a challenge to the results that are initially given, and there are a few judges who stand there and they confer with each other to make sure that they've both reached the same conclusion before giving one of the
Last
cards.
30 seconds.
Which again, as we said, are white, yellow, and red. White, everything's okay. Yellow, penalty or there's an issue, pending review.
20.
Red, disqualification. I believe junior counts until 17, so until they turn 18. So 16 to 17 is junior, 18 through 49. I believe 49 is senior, and then 50 to 55 senior masters, and then every 5 years after that is a new masters category. Okay, and we are off. Okay, taking a look at some technique here. You can see the arms are sandwiching the head. Nice small kick here. And not too much of a bend in the knee. We don't really want to be seeing a whole lot of bending in the knee because that bend will actually bring us out of that vortex, adding more drag onto us, and is also just not very efficient. We need to be transferring all that power to our ankles and to the fins at the bottom. And if we're picking up our knees, that's not really going anywhere. So we're looking for that. We're also looking for movement in the ankles. We can think of freediving dynamic either with a monofin or bifin as cracking a whip. The crack of the whip starts at your hips. The movement moves down your legs, across your knees, over your calves, over your ankles, and into your feet. And along the way, there are different muscle groups that you can engage a little bit, but then overall, all that momentum gets transferred down to the tip of your fins, and it gets transferred down to the tip of your fins and then gets transferred to the water. Okay, we're starting to have some divers come up. There we see Evan. Whoop, we see Finn. Saw some bubbles blow out of his mouth. That is a sign of blackout. And the safety diver went down and immediately grabbed him. He's being supported by not only the safeties, but also the judges. Medical staff in the blue shirts, there with oxygen. Check in with him in a moment. Here we have Thomas, who's up and breathing. Gorkem also up. Okay, some cheers from the Turkish team. I believe that's the Turkish team? No, German team. Excuse me. They're all wearing red shirts.
We will wait the official results. Probably we have new best results.
There we go. Finn is conscious.
The judges need to check
breathing oxygen.
The results from the previous race, and let's move on the race number 8. We are going to see 4 more competitors in lane D from Germany, Klaus Kasten. In lane C from Hungary, Andras Sorponi. In lane B from Slovenia,
Looking at Finn's technique though, looks really, really nice.
Representing Ukraine, Oleksiy
Not too much bend in the
Devinsky.
knees. Looking like there is some movement in the ankle kick. Thomas, I'm okay. Thomas is 53, started diving in 2015. And before that, he was playing volleyball, running, cycling, windsurfing, and also playing chess. Quite a accomplished sportsman. And yes, I do consider chess a sport. It is a incredibly mental sport. If you've ever gone to a chess tournament and finished a chess tournament, you know that you feel just as exhausted after playing a weekend of chess as you do after running a marathon. Maybe not in the same way, but definitely you are exhausted. Okay, so let's take a look at some results. Let's see, we are still waiting on Thomas and Evan. Finn did 187.5, but was a red card. Evan did 183 meters, which is a white card and a new national record for the US. So fantastic, congratulations, Evan.
Attention please. Race number 8.
And
Last 3
Gorham
minutes.
did 187.15, also a white card. Amazing job. We're just waiting on Thomas at the moment. Thomas did 199.3, which is bonkers. And a white card. These athletes doing an amazing job. And honestly making it look easy. You know, one of the things that happens the longer you stay underwater and you're working and you're not breathing is you have that lactic acid buildup, and you also get something called contractions. And that's basically the urge to breathe. If you've ever held your breath, you start to feel that feeling of panic. Maybe you feel your diaphragm moving around, or you feel your the muscles around your ribs compressing and contracting. Those are contractions. Or maybe you feel your throat feeling tight. Those are things that these divers are feeling. They are not immune to them. They do experience them, but through their training, they have learned how to relax through them. They have learned to turn down the intensity of them, and they've learned to just go through it. And so while it may look like they're having a cheeky little dive where it feels good and blissful, and then they're just like done, towards the end of these dives, they get pretty difficult. And if you talk to any of these athletes afterwards, towards the end of them, they'll say, oh yeah, my legs were so heavy. You know, the contractions were brutal. I was getting rocked all around. Maybe some won't. Maybe some won't. But I would argue that
Last 30
most,
seconds.
if they don't say they feel it, they just don't want to say that they feel it.
20.
Okay, up next we have Oleski Dimirsky of Ukraine, Robert Groszeta of Slovenia, Andras Soporini
5,
of Hungary,
4,
and Klaus
3,
Kasten of
2,
Germany.
1. Stop time. Plus 10 seconds.
Klaus holds the German national record for dynamic bifins at 188 meters. And he has said that his goal in this competition is to hit 200 meters. Andras holds the national record for Hungary in dynamic bifins with 190 meters, set last month, and is very excited to represent his country and hopefully push it a little bit more. Robert used to hold the national record for DNF. Doesn't anymore, but I assume he's probably pushing for some national records here as well. We're getting up to that point in the day where we are chasing records now. And Oleski holds the national record for dynamic bifins with 204 meters.
199.3 meters, but that result
So
is
all either
unofficial
current or
so
past
far.
national record holders competing at the moment.
We have 5
Divers
more groups still till the end
Completing
of
100 meters
May.
now. I will do
Category.
better to try and keep you guys updated on what the number is as we're seeing them go. We've seen some divers doing their turns where some will kick off the wall and others will push off the wall and do a sort of fin. Divers are allowed to do a dolphin kick in the 3 meters off of the wall to get themselves started. But at any point after those 3 meters, if they do a dolphin kick, that is a penalty. And it's one penalty point for each cycle of monofin kick, so up and down. Okay, it's a little bit past 150 for Oleski. Looking good. But what I was saying with the turns is sometimes you will find a diver who does a kick with the fins and not off the wall, and other times you will see a diver actually kick off the wall. As always, personal preference. I have personally found that when I do a kick off the wall, it feels a little awkward because I have to sort of move my fins into a appropriate position. And then when I push off the wall, the push happens with my toes, and that can sometimes have me jump out of my foot pocket. And the foot pocket can actually slide off of the back of your heel, and then you lose your fin, and then your attempt is kind of done. Okay. All right, there's Klaus. Very nice. All divers up, all divers looking okay. So we'll take a second and we will see what their results are. Looking at this position here, we can see the arms sandwiched between the head. Nice streamlined position. Legs maybe a little bit coming out of that vortex, but again, as we said, each athlete is different, and some athletes will sacrifice some efficiency for relaxation. Off in the distance, we can see a much smaller technique. One of the things that divers will do when they have their hands above their heads, if they have the flexibility, is to actually rest their arms and their biceps on the back of their head. And that way they are actually able to relax their shoulders and conserve a little bit more oxygen. And actually, you can try this at home. You can put your hands above your head in that position and put one hand on top of the other and see if you can actually reach your hands above your head, touch them together, and then try and sandwich your head between your elbow or between your biceps. It's an interesting thing to sort of test your range of motion and your flexibility. Some divers have that flexibility where they can hold their arms above their heads and keep it there in a relaxed position. Others are more flexible where they can rest it on the back of their heads, and others cannot. And oftentimes, those athletes that can't, for whatever reason, they rest them at their sides instead. Okay, we're getting some results from the last heat. So Oleski from Ukraine. Sorry, Alexei. I am so sorry. Alexei has a white card with 155.7 meters. Robert of Slovenia has 183.3 meters, also white card. Klaus Kasten has 205.3 with a white card. And we're still waiting for Andras of Hungary. We're watching Martin Zayat of Slovakia get into the water. Up next, lane A, Carol Cart. Lane B, Martin Sejak. Lane C, Huixiang Xu of Taipei. Lane D, Iñaki Joseba Santos Armenda? Let me check my notes. Armendariz of Spain, excuse me. Athletes preparing, getting ready.
Last 2 minutes.
Just receiving note that Andras in the last heat from Hungary did 200 meters and was a white card. Yes, please show your support in the live chat. We love to see it.
One and a half.
Carol has a personal best of 208 meters in this discipline. And Martin has personal best of 207 in this discipline. So we'll see if we can push those PBs out just a little bit today. It's important to note that doing a dive at a competition is much different than doing a dive in training. And doing a dive at a televised world championship is different than doing a competition dive at a smaller competition.
13 seconds.
There's obviously more pressure. There are a lot more people walking around. There is the pressure of wanting to perform on the live stream. And so we see oftentimes some athletes will have a shorter realized performance than they would normally expect. And that's okay. That's something that can happen. It just happens with nerves. And in a sport, again, where relaxation is key, kind of need to relax. Okay, and we are off. We see Joseph in the white fins. Really beautiful technique. A few kicks and then a beautiful straight glide, nice and streamlined. And then we see Carol in lane A, turning at the same time. Again, this discipline is not a race. We're not going for speed here. We are going for distance. it's sort of difficult to tell when watching, but keep an eye on the safeties. They are struggling to keep up with these athletes. Even though these athletes are moving very slow and very relaxed, they are swimming very quickly. Ooh, that's a good question, Dwayne. The collars that they're wearing are neck weights. They are basically allowing the athletes to stay at a neutral part in the water. Because they're wearing wetsuits and because they've put a bunch of air into their lungs, their bodies want to float. Well, yeah, they want to float. And so to balance that out, to keep them in the same level of water, so all they have to do is focus on going forward and not staying down or going up. It makes sure that they can actually conserve oxygen and conserve energy. So those collars are weights that help keep them down and balance out their buoyancy. Okay, Joe is up. He gave a strong surface protocol. I'm looking at him now. Colors come back to his lips. He's at 175 about, I think. Still one athlete going. There's Martin. I believe he's at 200 meters. Carol doing a turn. So that's past 200. Carol's coming up. Looking good. Seeing no signs. He's a little blue in the lips, but very nice surface protocol. Color's already back. Okay. Very beautiful dive. The collar doesn't necessarily replace the weight belt. You can see on Carol, his neck weight goes a long way down his back. Collars like that distribute the amount of weight across your body. Sounds like a new national record for Spain. Congratulations, Iñaki. The weight moving down the back of the spine distributes it more evenly. And so you can, rather than having it around your neck and all that weight pulling you down, sort of pulls you out of your position. And also putting it around your weight sort of pulls you down in the middle of your body, if it's all there. And so you want to try and have it distributed as much as you can across your body in order to sort of keep yourself in that streamlined position more easily. Okay, so let's quickly take a look at the results as they come in. Okay, yes, I was wrong. So Joseph of Chinese Taipei did 224.1. Amazing white card. Iñaki of Spain did 214. Martin Zayak of Slovakia did 200, and I'm still waiting on Carol. Charlotte, yes, I am competing in static tomorrow. I believe I will be going as a starter, so I can then immediately jump out and come and do commentary again. Carol completed 214.88. And all of these dives were white cards. So congratulations to these athletes. Amazing performances. And we can take a moment again to look at this nice position we're seeing our athletes in.
I'm just watching the group.
Some big dives coming out of these divers. Just to note again, the current world records in dynamic bifins are 264 meters set by Vitomir Maricic and 243 meters set by Mirela Kardacevic of Croatia as well. I'd like to take this moment to give a big shout out to all of our event sponsors. We couldn't be running this event without you. You guys have been such an incredible help in making sure that the event is just awesome. So thank you very much. Please go make sure to check out all of our event sponsors on the event website, on our social media. Give them a like, give them some love. We all appreciate it. Okay, up next, we have Enes Sirmagets of Croatia. We have Ibrahim Abdullah Salim Al Sultani of Oman. We have Martin Sajtek of the Czech Republic and Vivien Richard of France. Andreas, the results from yesterday should be posted on the CMAS website for this event, or for this competition. And they also should be posted on the CMAS org Instagram account and the CMAS freediving Instagram account. Okay, we see again some packing here. Packing being a technique that athletes will use to add more air into their lungs. It's important to note that that is a technique that you should not try at home unless you've been trained. And you can be trained by taking a freediving course, which I suggest, again, everybody take.
Unofficially, the best result right now, currently in the lead, Yue Xian Su from Chinese Taipei, 224.
Okay, we see Enes lane A, Ibrahim lane B. Kicking off the wall, doing a little glide, and then maintaining that momentum as you begin kicking. As you can see with Enes here, all energy is being spent moving directly ahead. He's perfectly weighted, not having to tilt his body down or up in any way. Just moving through the water. Okay, that's 100 meters. You can see on the side all of the judges walking alongside, one judge recording. You see Orhan, the head judge for the competition. Another turn. As we head back to the 200-meter mark, definitely a lot of lactic acid building up. We can sort of see that NS has sped up his pace a little bit. There's definitely a tendency to want to do that. As lactic acid builds up, you feel the sort of the need to shake out your legs. Also with contractions building, there we see Fede taking photos of the divers as they swim past. Our official photographer for the competition. These divers are definitely experiencing a lot of discomfort, and there's this tendency to want to try and speed up. Here we go, 250. And Ness is up. You see Ibrahim. Okay. Inez looking great. So 250 meters. That is no joke. Wow. Cool. Getting some nice happiness and celebrations here. What I love about freediving and freediving competitions is that everyone comes for their own reasons. Some divers are here to set world records, others are here to set national records, others are here to set personal bests, and others are here to just have a fantastic time. And I think that's what I love about freediving in general, is that there are so many ways to do it. And there is no right or wrong way. As long as it's right for you, it's the right thing to be doing. And so every diver, I believe, should be celebrated for their dive. Because really it's a reflection of all of the work that they've put in their freediving career up until this point. All of their technique, all of their training, all of their mental relaxation, everything is on display every time you perform. And that's something that I think should be recognized more often. Okay. We are on the second to last heat for the men. Let me quickly check the results from the last heat. So we have Enes of Croatia with that clean 250-meter dive, white card. We have Martin Secek of Czech Republic, 210 meters, 0.25, white card. Vivien of France set a record, I believe.
Attention, please.
I don't know that for sure. Vivien set,
Last 3 minutes.
or did 237.5 meters, 0.05 meters. And waiting on the result of the card. Still waiting on the result of the card. White card, okay. Fantastic, Vivien. We're still waiting on Ibrahim's results. Up next we have Boris Milosic of Croatia, Gorkem Gedik of Turkey, Hirovi Škorčić,
2 minutes.
Skoric, there we go, Skoric of Croatia. I spoke with Lydia, the team captain, last night, and she walked me through some of the Croatian pronunciations. It's something I'm still working on. And then we have Bronislav Pecner of the Czech Republic as well. Lane D.
1.5.
We see some sleepy relaxation, which is absolutely amazing.
Last 1 minute.
Hrovier of Croatia, whose nickname is Keto. So I'm going to go with Keto because that's way easier for me to pronounce. Has a personal best of 230 meters in dynamic bifins set at the Croatian Nationals. And he's here to try and do a new personal best. Gorkem holds the dynamic bifins national record for Turkey. 31 years old. Been diving since 25. I believe he's shooting for 200 meters today. Boris, lane C, I believe. Sorry, lane A. Holds the Guinness World Record for walking underwater at 96 meters, set in 2020, which is an interesting little tidbit. The last competition he competed in, he did 230 meters bifins. So we'll see what he does today. Okay, we see our athletes
In this group, you should expect someone
hitting 50.
400 meters currently in the lead from the previous group. Enes Čermanić from Croatia, 250 meters.
Ooh, sorry, excuse me. You can take notice of these nice little fins happening, I believe, by Gorkum. Again, talking about that vortex, completely streamlined position. If you look very closely, you can see his arms moving up and down. And I suspect that that might actually be contractions. One of the things that can happen, or when you experience contractions, the muscles around your ribs, your intercostals, contract. And what that does is that basically squeezes the air inside your lungs. And so sometimes you can feel like your stomach pushes out, sometimes you feel tightness in your throat, and that's all because your intercostals build up that pressure as it squeezes. And as such, that can cause movements across your shoulders as well. Okay, I believe we're coming back for 200 now. Lane A just hitting 150. Okay, first diver's up. Bronislav gave strong surface protocol. Here's Gorkum, blue-lipped, but showing no signs of a LMC. It looks to be 200 meters. Looking nice and fresh already. Very nice. 200 meters there. Bronislav, lane D, looking nice and fresh. Smiling to the camera, as one should. Johara, Ibrahim's result from the last heat was 208 meters with a white card. It looks like Krovia had a hypoxic event, so being supported by the safeties now. Boris, I believe, did I just saw him come up. I believe more than 250, but I could be wrong. We'll wait for the results to finalize that. Okay. Very, very nice. Doing a lot of bouncing around between checking my notes, checking the video feed that I'm seeing, and then looking up and seeing the athletes themselves.
In lane C, representing France,
Okay, the results from the last heat are coming in. We'll wait until I have them all to let you guys know. You can see Lydia there sitting with Hiroki, having a little chat, making sure everyone's okay, everyone's good. Big showing from Croatia here. We have Boris with 239.7 meters. Bronislav, Czech Republic, with 231.8 meters. Gorkum with 200 meters. And still waiting on the final distance traveled by Rovie for his dive. Final heat. Bringing out the big guns, we've got Matt Molina of Poland, Vitomir Maricic of Croatia, Guillaume Bordila of France, and William Joy of China. We've got some absolutely fantastic divers here. The world record holder sat in lane B, but plenty of divers nipping at his fins. I have no idea if Matt will have his string, but we can only hope. Hirovi did 241 meters, but was an underwater blackout and a red card, unfortunately. William has a national record for bifins set at 250 meters, which is an absolutely amazing dive. And offhand, I don't have the other personal bests or national records, except for Vitomir, who holds the world record at 264.7. Please do spam your support for these amazing athletes in the chat. I love to see it. They love to see it. Salzburg Boris did 159.2 and was a white card. Again, all of these results are unofficial until they have been further reviewed by the judges. So results may change. Final results will be posted on the CMAS website, on CMAS.org Instagram, and CMAS Freediving Instagram.
4, 3, 2, 1.
You see Matt packing here. And we begin. One thing with packing to note is that, as we said before, it's not something that you just sort of decide on a whim, oh, I'm going to take 10 packs today, or oh, I'm going to take 20 packs today. Because the more air you add into your lungs, the more floaty you become. So the athletes know exactly how many packs they're going to take. They know exactly how big each pack is going to be. The other thing that athletes sort of need to think about too is the amount of time spent packing. Because you take your final breath, and then you start using that oxygen. And then the more packs you add on top of that, you sort of need to make sure that you're continuing to add more oxygen than you're using while you're sitting there packing. At lower levels of competition, it's not often a big deal, but at the highest level, where every meter counts, every ounce of extra energy that you can muster and save for your finning, that helps. These are things that these athletes have considered and have tested and have optimized for themselves. See a beautiful slow technique here from Matt Molina. We see Vitamir. Not sure what's going on. Hopefully doing okay. Let's see what happens here. He's being supported by a safety, and so he will receive a red card, I believe, unless he came up early and then was being supported by a safety after. Okay, we see athletes going. I've sort of lost track of distance. I believe Matt is hitting 150 now. We see, let's see, Guillaume, I believe, hitting 200 meters. We see William moving towards, I believe, 250. Everyone's moving at different paces, so I'm having a bit of a hard time following. Matt's still looking nice and relaxed. Okay, William is up. I believe over at the 250 mark. Another turn. Guillaume is up. Strong recovered breathing, giving an okay sign. That may be a new world record. We are very close to the middle of the pool at 275. We'll have to see what happens with Matt. Something that you'll notice is that all the other divers have completed. Okay, Guillaume has, I believe, set a new world record. Probably around 170, 170 something. Here comes Matt, though. Seeing a little bit of jiggling coming up. Looking okay. This is going to be a very close call. From what I can see, this is also a new world record set by Matt. We'll have to see what exactly the final numbers are. But an absolutely amazing showing here from the best athletes in the world, really. Wowie zowie. See Matt shaking hands with the judges.
Ladies and gentlemen, do we have a new world record? We are waiting for official approval from judges. Official result of Mateusz Malina from Poland. The current world record is 316.53 meters. We are waiting for the official result.
I believe I have been mistaken this entire time. We were not at 200, we were at 300. No, sorry, I'm incorrect. You know what, let me just wait for the final results to come in. I'll stop listening to the other guy announcing things, and we'll just wait and see. In the meantime, this has been the men's heats. So moving forward, we will move on to the women. We'll have about a 20-minute break. So don't go anywhere. The live stream will stay on. Go grab some popcorn, go grab some food, snacks, drinks. Tell a friend to come watch with you so you can see all the awesome action happening. Okay, the results are coming in, but I will leave a little bit of suspense because we don't have all of them just yet. Okay. Still waiting on Williams' results. Once again, I want to thank you all for joining and for watching. Please make sure that you are following, make sure you're following CMAS.org on Instagram, CMAS Freediving on Instagram. If you want to follow me on Instagram, I'm at Brandon Freediver. I'm posting behind the scenes stuff. As well as also answering your questions that you have there. Thank you, Sunshine Sister and Mandy James Lilly. I appreciate you guys. Okay, so words were said. I couldn't understand them for the life of me. But the final result for William is coming in. So we have, for that heat, Vitomir Maricic did 103 and received a red card. William has done 251.6 white card. We have Matt Molina with 274.06 meters. And with a new world record, we have 274.7 meters set by Guillaume Bordila. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Okay, great. So, that concludes our coverage for the moment for the men. Again, as I said, we'll be back in about 20 minutes. Make sure you're following CMAS Freediving, CMAS.org on Instagram, following me at Brandon Freediver on Instagram, and we'll be posting a countdown to when the next event starts, which will be, again, 20 to 30 minutes. Cool. Go grab some popcorn, go grab some food. We'll see you in a little bit.
We have 2 minutes to the start of the first race, female competition dynamic with bifins, and in race number 13, the first female race, you can just third in lane A from Norway, Kristin Stanvik-Varans.
Attention please, race number 13, last 3 minutes.
Okay, we are back after a very short break. We are starting again at the top of the hour in 3 minutes. Just making a quick post on Instagram.
Last 2 minutes.
Okay, we're at plus 2 minutes, so that means the athletes have 2 minutes to prepare. And actually, in this first heat, there is only 1 athlete. Just how it sort of happens with the numbers. We have Kristin Stanvik-Varnas of Norway.
1.5.
She holds the Norwegian national record in static, set at 5 minutes and 18 seconds, which she did this March.
Last 1 minute.
Hi, Judith. It's so good to see you. Dominic, Matt did 274.07. And Guillaume did 274 point. Let me just make sure. 274.7, yeah. And Matt did 274.07 or 06.
Last 30 seconds.
Official results will be posted after the competition, or sorry, after today's events on the on the CMAS website, CMAS org Instagram, CMAS freediving Instagram. So go make sure you're following those places there.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, top time.
And she is off. Kristen's first and last competition was this year in March at the Norwegian Championship, where she won static and got static and dynamic gold medals, and also got silver in no fins. When she's getting ready for a dive, one of the things that she likes to think about is the perfect summer vacation, laying quietly on a beach with the sound of the sea in the background. As we've talked about before, athletes have a lot of ways of relaxing and getting ready for a final dive. And some of those divers like to do visualization. They like to visualize themselves somewhere else. They like to see themselves in a beautiful place. And with visualization, one of the things you want to try and do is make it as real as possible. And so really coming down to the point of like visualizing the feeling of the sand between your toes and on your feet, or the sound of the water coming up onto the beach. All those things are very important when you're coming to when you're doing visualization. Okay, Kristen is up. She is around 1:15-ish. Looking good. And a white card. Beautiful dive for Kristen. As I was saying earlier, there's definitely a lot of extra sort of nerves when it comes to competing at a world championship. And partially that's because it's different from sort of smaller competition, a local competition. There's a lot of cameras. There's a lot of support staff. There are a lot of judges and safeties. And that can add some extra pressure onto an athlete. Obviously, the more world championship competitions that you do, the easier it becomes. Similarly, the same, when you do your first competition, you have a lot of nerves. You feel a little uncomfortable, you struggle with it a little bit. But the more you do something, the more relaxed you become around it. And so, I mean, for a lot of our top athletes here who are, competing and doing national records and world records, they have learned how to shut everything else out and completely focus on what it is that they're doing in their dive. But as I said, it's important to always celebrate everyone's dives, because everyone is here for a different reason. Everyone is here to dive and to have fun, primarily. But everyone's different. Everyone's reasons are different for being here. And it's important to show all these athletes all the love. Okay. Next official top is in 4 minutes. So we've got a little bit of time to hang out. If you guys have any questions, please do feel free to post them in the live chat. I am happy to answer all questions about freediving, either dynamic disciplines in the pool, depth disciplines, although maybe we'll focus on the the pool discipline, since that's what we're here for. And while you guys think of questions to ask, I want to take a moment to thank once again all of our sponsors for this event. Couldn't do it without you. You've been an incredible help, and we very much appreciate your support. Go check out all of our sponsors on the official event website on CMAS.org or CMAS.org and on our Instagram accounts. Okay, so starting with lane A, we have Natasha Lessi of Switzerland. We have Zeynep Aydemir of Turkey. We have Alia Arka of Turkey. And we have Natalia Wilk of Poland. The official results for Matt Molina is 274.06 meters, and for Guillaume Bordila, 274.70 meters. So Guillaume beat out Matt by very little, by less than a meter. Okay, getting ready. We see Natalia sporting a Dahab Freediver's cap. I was actually able to meet Natalia in Dahab, in Egypt, and we had some awesome opportunities to dive together and hang out together. And she's one of the sweetest people you will ever meet. She's currently here as the captain of the Polish team. And as far as I know, doing a fantastic job supporting all the athletes. Natalia has a personal best in bifins of 156 meters.
20.
And she wants to send a special shout out to Dean Schausch, her coach, who's been supporting her and helping her prepare for this competition.
3, 2, 1, go Plus 10 seconds.
Okay, we see Zeynep taking some big packs in lane B. Following Natalia here, giving one kick and then gliding. One kick and then gliding. That's 50 meters. Let's see. Alia in lane C is competing under the junior division, which means she is 16 or 17 years old. Divisions are junior category, 16 to 17, senior, 18 through 49, and then masters, 50 through 54. And then every 5 years after that is a new division for the masters. Okay, we're coming up. Let's see, who are we looking at? We are looking at I believe that is Zeynep at around 125. Natalia coming up also around 125, or a little bit past 125. Okay. All athletes are up. Okay. Romelios, it's an absolute pleasure. This freediving community is something that I absolutely love and feel like we need to grow and support in whatever way possible. And hopefully I can do my best to support that. Natalia looking good, nice and happy. Okay. As the results come in, I will let you guys know what they are. From the last heat, Kristen did 111.56 meters and was a white card. If you guys could, in the chat, please let me know where you guys are watching from. I'm very interested to see where in the world we've got our fans, where our people are at. There we see Tolis, the apnea commissioner of CMAS, and in the red, that we just saw, that is Bojana, the event organizer and the president of the Serbian Underwater Foundation. See there Feiruz getting ready for her dive.
Attention, please.
You see our
15.
pool
Last 3 minutes.
commentators commenting the action over the loudspeaker. Everyone having a nice day. Conditions are beautiful here in Okay, results from the last heat are still coming in, so we can move on to announcing these athletes for this next heat. We've got Ceylin İptes of Turkey, Josephine Fischer of Germany, Başak Tezgor of Turkey, and Toprak also of Turkey. Lots of Turkish divers in this one. Ceylin and Toprak are competing in the junior division, with the other two competing in the senior division.
1.5.
Oh, is that Liberty in the live chat? Thank you, that's very kind of you to say. I'm doing my best. Okay, the results from Heat 14 are in. So we have Natasha Lessi with 224.9 white card. Zeynep Ademir of Turkey, 119.7 white card. Alia Akar of Turkey, 119.4, and Natalia Wilk of Poland, 156.2. All white cards, all beautiful dives. Congratulations.
Last 13 seconds. 20. 10. 5, 4, 3.
We can see Toprak doing a little bit of hyperventilation there. Hyperventilation is defined as any breathing more than what you would be doing at tidal breath. Tidal breath is basically what we're doing now. We are sitting here, we are not thinking about breathing, and our body has taken over when we breathe without thinking about it. Hyperventilation means we are breathing more than that. And whether that is breathing more quickly, doing fast, shallow breaths, or taking deeper breaths, those kinds of things are considered hyperventilation. And hyperventilation has a place in freediving because what it does, contrary to what most people believe, it does not add more oxygen into your blood. It instead removes CO2. You're purging CO2 from your body. And CO2 is what gives us the urge to breathe. That feeling of tightness in our chest, having contractions, CO2 is what causes that. And so, sprinting along. CO2 causes that urge to breathe. And so when a diver purges the CO2 from their body, they are less likely to feel that urge to breathe. That sounds great, right? Like that's obviously what we seem like we would want to be doing. But the issue is that CO2 is also what tells our blood to release oxygen molecules to our muscles. And so what can actually happen if you hyperventilate, while you might feel better doing your dive, you will, your urge to breathe will not come. Let me rephrase. You run the risk of experiencing a hypoxic event without actually experiencing any signs that you would normally feel from having high levels of CO2. So you wouldn't have contractions, you wouldn't have the urge to breathe. Now, with freediving, as always, it's a balance. We want to get the most relaxation that we can while also maintaining our peak performance. And there is a fine line for that. A lot of athletes know what that level is for them and work hard to stay within that. But it is a moving target. And all of this is to say that as someone who is a casual freediver or is getting into the sport, we should not be hyperventilating. It's basically what I'm trying to say. Hyperventilation, in many circumstances, in most circumstances, is dangerous. And that's one of the things that you will cover when you take a freediving course. As you move through the courses, you learn more about freediving. You can begin to ask your instructor about hyperventilation, but that's a long time off from the beginning of your freediving career. And even still is not necessary in freediving, in most situations. I know many divers who do not hyperventilate at all, because when they push, they would rather have contractions and know that they can go for longer physically than have less contractions but not know if and when they're going to black out. So that's a very long explanation of what we saw couple minutes ago when Toprak was doing a little bit of hyperventilation. She is fine. She came up, looks perfectly okay. And as results come in, I will let you guys know what they are. Hi, Abby. Thanks for joining. Offhandedly, I don't know why Vito stopped. He stopped a little bit past the wall, so but I don't know. We'll have to check.
Last 3 minutes.
Okay, the results from that heat are in. We have Ceylin of Turkey, 104.54, white card. Josephine Fischer, Germany, 169 meters flat, white card. Başak of Turkey, 152.8, white card. And Toprak of Turkey, junior division, 111, white card. Beautifully done. Lovely diving. Okay. We're moving on to the next heat. We have... Let me shuffle my notes around quickly. We have Aruna Yamashita of Japan. Lane A, we have Joanna Hubner of Germany. Lane B, Ute Weinrich of Germany. Lane C, and Joanna Hofer of Austria. Lane D.
One and a half.
Joanna, I spoke to a little bit before, and she said she is specifically here at this World Championship to gain experience. She wants to gain some experience in the higher level of competitive freediving, and she wants to learn how to handle the pressure. And you do that by showing up. Something that I was saying a little bit earlier. She's doing it. She's doing the thing. Thanks, Peter. I tried my best. We have Ute, again, lane C. Yes. Personal best. Dynamic bifins. Oh no, actually I think this is a master's record. Ute is 60 years old, competing in the master's division. Has a record of 135 meters for dynamic bifins, which is awesome. She's been diving for the last 10 years, and her favorite discipline is this one, dynamic bifins. And then we have Aruna, lane A, has a national record in dynamic of 160 meters, set this year in January.
4, 3, 2, 1, top time.
Top time. Again, divers have up to 30 seconds after the top time is announced to begin their dive. The dive begins when they submerge their airways underwater. Chihiro, good to see you. Thank you for your support. Again, taking a moment to look at our athlete's technique. We're looking for a nice streamlined position, arms above the head, the neck in a neutral position facing down, looking at the ground. There we go, yes. Cool. We're also looking for a nice streamlined position, moving all the way across the body. Once again, staying within that vortex. Vortex being the sort of disturbed water that moves around us as we cut through the water. That vortex, looks like Ute is up. That water has been disturbed by the front of the body already, and as such doesn't provide as much drag as it would if we stuck our arms out. And so, ooh, whoa boy. As such, we want to try and keep as much of our body within that vortex as possible, and that means keeping our arms in, keeping our finning in, not having our knees sticking out too far. All of that in combination with using our legs basically like whips, where we start the power generation at the hips, the glutes, moving down using the thighs, then the calves, then the ankles, and even down to the toes. And you can get a little bit of extra movement that will all translate and compound on itself to create one movement and one kick through the water. And then we repeat again and again and again and again. Joanna is up from Austria. Looking good. There's Joanna Hoffer. And then we have Aruna up as well. Oop, we're having a little bit of an LMC there. So safety is going to jump in and support her. They're doing that to make sure they keep her airways out of the water. Big smile on her face. You know, that's something that can happen, is you have a LMC on the surface, your airways dip, and the safeties jump in and get you. In that moment, oftentimes, a loss of motor control is basically the body's intermediate step between being conscious and blacking out. So it's sort of like the body is shutting down. That's why we sort of see that bobbing of the head.
From the Netherlands, Katarina Diana Prince, Ustazi P, Natasha Bošković, Serbia.
In that moment, when that's happening,
and in lane A from Spain,
when safeties jump in, support the airways, a diver is still trying to breathe in that moment, and so the oxygen is being cycled through their body. It takes a little bit of time for it to go to the brain, and divers very quickly recover from a LMC.
Attention, please.
Dominic, I have no idea. I don't want to speculate. I assume Vito will probably post something on his Instagram account. So make sure you're following him and any of the other athletes. All the athletes, in fact. You know, a lot of these athletes are, you know, here competing. They're working very hard, and they're also, many of them have full-time jobs, many of them are students. And so it takes a lot of work to compete at this level in this sport. There are very few, quote, professionally paid athletes, unquote, in freediving. And as such, they need our support on social media. That helps them find sponsors, that helps them be more attractive to sponsors. And it lets them know that people love them and care about them. So go follow all of our athletes on Instagram. Half the time, if you look up their name, they'll pop up. Otherwise, their name _ freediver. That often usually works as well. So the results from Heat 16 are Aruna of Japan with 174.82 with a red card due to surface blackout. Joanna Hubner of Germany, 157.1 white card. Ute Weindick of Germany,
1.5.
75.6 meters, white card. And Joanna Hofer of Austria, 131.7, also a white card. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle of papers.
Last
Okay.
1 minute.
Next up, we have Gemma Villa Catala of Spain, Natasha Bošković of Serbia. We have Karen Diana Prins of Netherlands, and Stephanie Rendel of Austria.
Last 13 seconds. 20.
Stephanie,
10.
or Steffi, as she'd like to be called, holds the current
5,
records for
4,
Austria
3, 2, 1. Top
at
time.
152 meters in dynamic bifins, 177 in dynamic, and 606 in static.
Plus 10 seconds.
Our goals during this competition are just to be as good as she can be and to break PBs. That would be nice. Divers are off and moving. Got a bit of a fast kick. I believe that is Natasha. One of the things that I mentioned earlier, but we can stand to mention again, is the arm position that the athletes use. This is something you can try at home. You can try putting your arms above your head and see if you can actually touch your hands together. Sometimes people can, sometimes people can't. That comes down to the flexibility of your shoulders. If you can do that, then try and put your hands or put your arms a little bit behind your head, behind your ears, and then pinch your head between your biceps. That is the position that is optimal for this discipline. Some people have that flexibility to be able to pinch their head between their shoulders or between their biceps. Others do not. That's something that a lot of freedivers will work on. And if you have a lot of flexibility, what you can do is you can actually pinch your head between your biceps and then relax your shoulders and actually rest your biceps on the back of your head. And in doing that, you can actually relax your shoulders, which over the long term saves energy and conserves oxygen. That said, it is not a requirement. You see a little bit of air coming out of Natasha. She's keep breathing, strong recovery breaths. Those recovery breaths are really important at the end of a dive because that's how you safely refill your lungs with oxygen while also not losing the partial pressure of oxygen in your body. What can happen is at the end of a dive, if you exhale all the air out, you can cause yourself to have a blackout. And that's because the amount of oxygen in your blood versus what is in your lungs is different. There's more oxygen in your blood than there is in your lungs. And as such, you can actually, if you change that pressure, because if you remember from high school, gases want to flow and equalize out. So gases at a higher concentration will move to a lower concentration. And if there's a lower concentration of oxygen in your lungs, the oxygen will flow out, which means there's no oxygen for your brain, which means a blackout. Okay, I believe that is a new national record for Spain by Gemma. We'll have to wait and see. But Spain has been here in full force this competition so far, having some amazing dives both across men and women. And very excited to see how things progress throughout the rest of the week for them.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hear of the national record of Austria, 164.4 meters, Stephanie Rendell. Currently second place among the ladies.
Attention please.
Okay.
Race number 18. Last 3 minutes.
Alrighty. The results are coming in. Gemma Catala just did a 200-meter dive, which was a white card. Natasha Joskovic of Serbia did 159.2, also a white card. Karen Diana Prins of Netherlands did 157.3, white card. And then Stephanie Rendell of Austria did 165.4, also a white card. Also, Karen of the Netherlands was competing in the master division.
Last 2 minutes.
Okay, we have Maria Veronica Cordova Mancheno of Ecuador, Vita Kreshmer of Slovenia, Lane B, Feiruz El Medawi, of Greece, and Sude Fidan of Turkey up next. Sude competing in the junior division, all the others in the senior division. Sude's personal best in dynamic bifins is 158 meters.
Last 1 minute.
So hopefully she'll be pushing that out a little bit. We have another national record holder, Maria of Ecuador, currently holding bifins at 141. And Feiruz, also national record holder for Greece at 158 meters. Thanks, Andreas.
Last 30 seconds.
Yes, from my understanding, holding your breath in apnea will increase the amount of hemoglobin levels.
20.
But I am not sure on that, so don't quote me. Go find some scientific research.
10.
But knowing what we know about adaptation in the body, when you put your body under stress, it adapts. So I would imagine that yes, the levels do increase. To what levels? I don't know. But if you do find some research, actually, if you follow me on Instagram, I'd love to see the article that you find. I'm at Brandon Freediver.
So right now in the pool are diving
Okay,
main
we are
D,
off.
Sudet from Turkey, lane C, Fires McDive from Greece, lane B, Vita Kremshev from Slovenia, and in lane A.
You can see on display here, some divers diving a bit more quickly, others going more slowly, some finning and then stopping, others consistently finning the whole way through. And this is one of the cool things about freediving, is that everybody is different, everybody has their own pace, their own style that works best for them. And one person doing one thing might work awesome for them. If the different person does something, the same thing, could be catastrophic. And so that's why it's so important to always be open to trying new things with your training. Because until you try it, you'll never know.
Four groups left, ladies and gentlemen. In the lead right now, the Spanish lady, Gemma Villa Catara, 200 meters.
Okay, Maria coming up on 100. And the turn. See the safeties watching and swimming after our divers, keeping them nice and safe. That's 150. Looks like her weight is slipping off a little bit to one side. I could be wrong. But with weighting, it's very important to have it balanced correctly. If you put too much weight on one side of your body will want to turn towards that way. And as such, you then have to actually compensate by kicking even more on that one side versus the other. Okay, Sude is up. Feyru is also up. Whoop, keep breathing, keep breathing. Okay, airways stayed up, so looking good. Vita Kresmer also up. Looks like Feiruz is at around 175. We have Maria still going. She's past 200. Almost crossing the 225 mark. Okay, she is up. Giving the okay sign. Keeping an eye, just making sure that she's looking good and fresh. Sure, lots of lactic acid buildup there. And a white card. Wow, amazing progress on that national record. Going from 141 to roughly 225. That's pretty awesome. Almost a 100-meter increase. So I know for sure the two records that we said before, the 141 and the 158, have been broken. By what amount, we'll wait to see. Beautiful diving, beautiful performances. checking out this technique once again. You can see the divers pointing their toes at the end of when they stop finning. To keep nice and streamlined with their body position. There is a bit of a tendency when you relax your foot to it can sort of pull yourself out of that streamline. Your ankle's natural sort of position is to want to hang a little bit and not completely pointed. So divers will hold their ankles in a pointed position. Okay.
Attention please. Race number 19. Last 3 minutes.
Okay. All right. So, final results from Heat 18 are as follows. Maria Veronica Cordova Mancheno of Ecuador did 225.3 meters. This is a Pan-American continental record. Congratulations to her. That's a beautiful dive. We have Vida Kresmer of Slovenia, 165.7 meters, white card. Feiruz El Medawi? I'm sorry. Sorry, Feiruz. Of Greece with 175.4, white card, and then Sude Fidan of Turkey, 155.9, also a white card.
Last 2 minutes.
Heat 19, we have Katarina Sandurska of Ukraine, Tiana Nikolic of Serbia, Lane B, Almudena Calvo Blanco of Spain, and Jindrishka Zajkova of the Czech Republic.
1.5.
Jindrishka currently holds the national record for dynamic bifins at 160 meters. I suspect she'll probably want to push that a little bit today. Tiana has the bifins record for Serbia set at 178 meters. There we see Mirela getting ready to perform in the final heat of the competition today. Lots of athletes hanging around. I believe that's Matt. Yes. Matt, who just dove today.
Last 30 seconds.
Divers getting ready.
20. 10.
Looking at Tiana here, Tiana was telling me that she realized that she wanted to start competing basically as soon as she found the sport. She loves the feeling of being completely free in the water and loves being in that position whenever she can be. Ooh, Sunshine Sister, that's a good question. If you can actually look on the right-hand side of the screen. There are blue lines along the side of the pool. They are marked down to the centimeter, and that is what the judges are using. There's one person who's specifically looking at that, making sure that that is being followed. It's pretty intense, and especially, you know, again, at the highest level, you know, today with Guillaume and Matt, came down to less than a meter. So it's very important to have that information and to be checking it appropriately and correctly, which is why the judges have a very difficult job here, if you ask me. Okay, we're coming back towards 100 meters. I believe we're looking at Tiana here. Something that you can kind of notice when watching these divers is the fluid and relaxing movements they make. And specifically, I'm reminded of this with Katarina. As she came off the wall with her kick, she very gently moved her hands back into the streamline position. Rather than, you know, shooting your hands out in front of your head to very quickly get back into that streamline, divers have again found that sort of sweet spot between staying relaxed and efficiency. They measure Liberty from where their airways come up out of the water. So that's what the judges are looking for. Okay. Looks like we are looking at Indrishka, I believe. She's up. We're starting to come up now. There's Tiana, lips a little blue, which is one of the signs of hypoxia that we've seen quite a few times. But as we sit here and watch, lips very quickly come back to color again as the diver starts breathing. Okay. Tiana is at the keep breathing. Keep breathing.
One more great news, ladies and gentlemen, for Dutch diver.
Very nice.
Diana Prince made the national
is at
record
200.
157.3 meters. Congratulations.
That may be a new national record for Ukraine. I believe Tiana also may have set a new national record. And let's see, Indrishka, depending on where she got, may also have a new national record as well. I unfortunately have no information on Almudena. But hopefully we'll be able to hear a bit more. Hi Rana, welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Okay, the results are coming in now, so we'll hold off until I have all of them.
Let's hear who will take place in the group number 20.
Lots of smiles.
From Croatia, Lidia Lic-Ulic. In lane C, from France, Hilda Pernilla Marere. Lane B, also from France, Marjorie Citer. And in lane A, representing China, Ben Shan.
Okay, results are in. We have Katarina Sandrushka of Ukraine with an even 200 meters and a white card. We've got Tiana Nikolic, excuse me, of Serbia Love you, Katerina. Tiana set 180.4 white card, which is a national record. Yes, by 2 meters. Sorry. We have Almudena of Spain with 100.6 white card, and Jindřiška Zayukova of Czech Republic with 158.8, which, checking my notes, is 1.2 meters short of her national record, unfortunately. Still a beautiful dive, though. Okay, second to last round, second to last heat. We have Lisa Zhang of China.
Race number 20. Last 3 minutes.
We have Mégalier Sistere of France. We have Hinatea Penilla Marere of France. And we have Lydia Lijic of Croatia. All competing in the senior division, the 18 through 49 crew. We see Lydia, the captain of the Croatian team.
Last 2 minutes.
Okay. Lisa, who is in lane A, currently holds the national record for China in dynamic bifins, set at 225.18, and is a 6-time national record holder.
1.5.
In many times. Let's see. Looking at what she wrote down here. I believe she's a 6-time national record holder in dynamic bifins, 3-time national record holder in dynamic, and 1-time national record holder in static. Set at 7 minutes and 52 seconds.
Last 1 minute.
Here we see Lisa doing some packing.
Last 13 seconds.
We're at plus 30 seconds now. It'll be interesting to see if Lisa...
20.
Okay, I think she let that go, yeah. Sometimes what divers will do is actually pack a little bit in order to stretch the muscles in between their ribs,
3.
just as a way to sort of loosen them up,
Top time.
release that breath, and then take their actual final breath with packs after that. I'm not sure exactly if that's what she did.
Last 10
It's
seconds.
very sort of difficult to see from far away. But packing a lot. Okay. Second to last heat, we can expect some big dives out of these divers. again, we can take some time to appreciate a nice technique. As we saw there by Megalier in lane B, she gave one dolphin kick off the wall. That is allowed. As per the rules, you can give one dolphin kick in the first 3 meters off the wall. But anything after that is a penalty applied to you for every one cycle that you do. So and a cycle is up and down. But because she did it in the first 3 meters off the wall, she's totally fine.
225.3 meters.
Past the 100 mark already. Really nice head position there. Looking straight down at the pool, not tilted up at all. Arms nice and high above the head. Okay, we see Lisa is up. Looking maybe a little frustrated. Hopefully everything was okay there. Something that I haven't touched on yet today is that sometimes you're just not feeling it. Some days you wake up and you're just like, wow, today is not the day. And you can sort of get out here and try your best. But if you are not there for it, you're not there for it. And it's important to say that that's okay. Some days feel better than others, and rather than pushing yourself and having a miserable time, I personally believe that every dive should feel fun and feel good. Now, I have to say that you can have a good, fun dive and experience contractions and the urge to breathe. Whoop, keep breathing. Very blue lips there, but we are staying above the water. Recovery breaths were good. Looking okay. Lydia coming back. Still going strong. Keep an eye over here. Lydia's looking good. No signs of LMC. I believe Lydia is almost at shoot, I've lost count. Okay, all divers are up now, so we'll start to get results. Okay, very nice. Nicholas, good to see you. I don't know why they're only filming A and B. It is a bit of a pity. Yeah. Let's see. You can see our next round of divers getting ready. Okay, results are coming in. We have Lisa Zhang of China with 104.05 white card. Megalier of France, 211.1 white card. Lydia Lijic of Croatia, 192.25 white card. And Hinate of France, 187.3, excuse me, and is a white card. Very nice. Ah, amazing, very nice. And Nicholas is one of the trainers working with many of the French athletes, both in pool and depth. I met him last year at one of the previous competitions. Did some excellent co-commentary with me, and very much appreciated his insight and his wisdom within freediving competitions and training and coaching.
In lane B, representing Poland,
Okay, we are on to the final heat. So we have Mirela Karasevic of Croatia in lane A, Magdalena Solich Talanda of Poland in lane B, Livia Bergonizoi. Nope, sorry, let me try that again. Bregonzio, there we go. Livia Bregonzio of Italy, and Mariana Gillespie of France, lane D. Please do spam your love and support of all these athletes in the chat. I love to see it. The athletes love to see it. And it's just good to show love, you know? The world needs more love.
Last 2 minutes.
Mirela, who we're looking at now, the current world record holder in dynamic with bifins, set at 243.7 meters. An absolute beast of a diver and an absolute lovely human being. If you ever get a chance to hang out with her, she's great. Although, to be fair, it's pretty much everyone in the freediving community. I find this is one of the most welcoming and open and supportive communities in the world. And I feel incredibly lucky to be a part of it. Divers getting ready, perfect silence. Yes, get your snacks ready. This is going to be a pretty amazing thing to witness.
Last 13 seconds.
You and me both, John.
20. 10. 5, 4, 3,
See Magdalena
2,
packing.
1. Top time.
Livia's first off the wall.
Plus 10 seconds.
Yeah, also packing. Okay. Let's take a moment to appreciate the technique that we're seeing. Absolutely beautiful. Nice straight legs with a slight bend in the knee, ankles completely pointed, arms directly in front of the body. Beautiful turn. As we said before, divers are allowed to do a few kicks and then glide. This is a way to conserve energy. Other divers will continue to fin the whole way through. It's completely up to them to decide how they want to dive. See Fede swimming after, catching some photos. Mirela was the last one off the wall, with Magdalena being first off the wall. And you can sort of see the speed at which Mirela is going which is neither right nor wrong. It's completely up to each athlete to decide the speed at which they want to go, whatever is most comfortable for them for conserving oxygen and relaxation. Okay, that's 150. Athlete's still going nice and strong. Again, it's important to note that the longer these divers are underwater, the more lactic acid is building up, the harder it is to kick, and the more contractions they begin to feel. Over on my side, we have passed 225. Mirela just going past 200 now. Okay. See, Livia is up now at around 245, maybe. That's 250 for Mirela. Breathing and recovering. Still doing good. Magdalena is still down. So we'll see what happens. Magdalena also up at 250. Keep breathing, strong recovery breaths. Okay, color coming back to the lips. Okay, waiting to see what we've got here. As far as I know, at least 2 divers with 250, because I believe Magdalena did touch the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have seen some wonderful performances in the last group, discipline dynamic with bifins, and we are waiting for official results.
As Pool Guy says, we will wait for official results before we announce anything. Don't want to get anything wrong. So much love. As I said, beautiful community to be a part of. Where 1 second you can be competing, the next second hugging. Mauro, we are waiting on official results, so as soon as I know, I will share with you all. And once again, to be fair, these are all results that still need to be checked once again. They are unofficial results, pending review by the judges. Again, for this dive, the current world record was set by Mirella at 243.7 meters.
New world record, but unofficially, we need to check it first.
So we will for sure see a new world record here. And we'll see if it's a shared record or a individual record. Very cool to see history being made here today. Not only with the dynamic bifins record being broken by Guillaume Bordilla earlier today, setting a new record at 247.7 meters. Sorry, I misspoke. 274. Set by Guillaume Bordilla. I thought that looked incorrect. Wrote the numbers down wrong. Okay, we're waiting for the final results from Magdalena, and then I will let you guys know what the results are. While we're waiting, please make sure you are following CMAS Freediving on Instagram. Make sure you're following CMAS.org on Instagram. And make sure you're going there and checking out all of the behind-the-scenes stuff that we're posting. All of the results, all of the start lists are being posted there. Come check us out, see what we're about. We have a good time. Got a nice soapy bucket.
We are waiting for the official results. Still, ladies and gentlemen, there is some doubt between the judges about the previous race, so
Okay.
we need to wait for them to check it first.
Final results have not been released yet. I am waiting on bated breath. Amazing performances all around today. Very incredible to see so many national records, Pan-American records, world records being broken. You love to see it.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we can say now for sure is that Mirella Kardashevic from Croatia broke her own record and set a new world record with 250 meters. But we are waiting the result of Magdalena Solic-Talanda.
As we are waiting, we can talk a little bit about tomorrow's events. Tomorrow, we are doing static. we are doing static and speed apnea. Static is a discipline where divers put their face in the water and they lay there. At least that's what it looks like to the casual observer. If you know what's going on, and you know what's going on in a diver's head and what they're battling through, it's incredibly interesting. That's a event that I will be competing in tomorrow, which will be very exciting. And then following that discipline, we will be doing speed apnea. Speed apnea is swimming 100 meters as quickly as possible. It is a sprint, whereas the endurance that we saw the other day was exactly that. It was endurance, speed to speed. Asya, we haven't officially said what the final results are yet. We're still waiting for confirmation on Magdalena's results. So, please do stick around for tomorrow. Official start time tomorrow, let me check my schedule here, is at
Ladies and gentlemen,
8:30.
as I said, Mirela Kardashevic has a new world record with 250 meters. Čestitamo Mirela Kardashevic, koja je postavila novi svjetski rekord 250 metara. Great result made also by Magdalena Soric-Talanda from Poland. Her result is
The official results are as follows. We have Mariana Gillespie at 228.6 meters, white card. We have Livia Bregonzio of Italy at 240.6. We have Magdalena of Poland at 248.7 meters, and Mirela with a new world record for Croatia set at 250 meters. Amazing, beautiful dives, absolutely incredible. Wow, wow, wow, wow, wow, wow. Such an amazing day, nail biter of a conclusion. Yeah, absolutely amazing. So, coming up soon will be the award ceremony, where we will be giving medals to all of the divers who medaled today. And then tomorrow will be static and speed. Once again, please make sure you are following CMAS.org on Instagram, CMAS Freediving on Instagram. Go check out all of our event sponsors on the official event website. Give them some love. Go give our athletes some love. And we will see you all at the medal ceremony. Stick around.
Awarded by Apostolos Belos, the Director of Freediving Board of Commission, accompanied by Orhan Olcuoglu, Member of Freediving Board of Commission. Third place and bronze medal, Livia Bregonzio, Italy. Second place and silver medal, Magdalena Solic-Talanda, Poland. Prvo mesto, zlatna medalja i novi svjetski rekord sa distancom 250 metara, Mirela Kardašević, Hrvatska. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the national anthem of Croatia. Please give a big round of applause for the medal winners. Congratulations. Čestitamo. Ladies and gentlemen, official award ceremony for the dynamic with bifins senior men begins now. The medals will be awarded by Božena Ostojić, President of Serbian Underwater Federation, accompanied by Dimitris Kumulus, CMAS Technical Delegate. Third place and bronze medal, William Joy, China. Second place and silver medal, Mateusz Malina, Poland. Médaille d'or, champion du monde et nouveau record du monde, Guillaume Bourdila, France. Mesdames et messieurs, l'hymne de la France. Congratulations, please give a big round of applause for the medal winners. Ladies and gentlemen, official award ceremony of the Dynamic with the bifins Junior Women begins now. The medals will be awarded by Orkan Olcucoglu, the member of Freediving Board of Commission, accompanied by Marvin Al-Hariri, member of CMAS Freediving Commission. Third place and bronze medal, Toprak, Turkey. Second place and silver medal, Alia Akar, Turkey. And the first place and gold medal winner, Sude Fidan, Turkey. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the national anthem of Turkey. Congratulations, please give those young ladies a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, official award ceremony for the dynamic with bifins discipline for category junior men begins now. The medals will be awarded by Jesper Rislov, the president of Danish Freediving Federation, accompanied by Marwan Al-Hariri, member of CMAS Freediving Commission. Third place and bronze medal, Ege Yanki Güneş from Turkey. Second place and silver medal, Bilal Yalçin, Turkey. And the first place and gold medal winner, Hamza Varol, Turkey. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the national anthem of Turkey. Thank you. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, official award ceremony of the dynamic with bifins discipline in master men category between 50 and 54 years of age begins now. The medals will be awarded by Talal Al-Sarhan, President of Kuwait Underwater Federation, accompanied by Orhan Olchuchoglu, the member of Free Diving Board of Commission. Third place and bronze medal, Boris Just from Austria. Second place and silver medal winner, Peter Munk Truelsen, Denmark. And the first place gold medal, Aris Ionidis, Greece. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the national anthem of Greece. Congratulations, please give big round of applause for the medal winners. Ladies and gentlemen, official award ceremony of the dynamic with bifins discipline for men master category between 55 and 59 years of age begins now. The medals will be awarded by Talal Al-Sarhan, President of Kuwait Underwater Federation, accompanied by Orhan Olçuçoglu, the member of Free Diving Board of Commission. First place and gold medal winner, Frederick Myrie from Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the national anthem of Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, official award ceremony of the dynamic with bifins discipline for women master between 55 and 59 years of age begins now. The medals will be awarded by Dimitris Koumoulos, CMAS technical delegate, accompanied by Marwan Al-Hariri, the member of CMAS Freediving Commission. First place and gold medal winner, Katarina Diana Prins, Netherlands. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the national anthem of Netherlands. Thank you. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, official award ceremony of the discipline Dynamic with bifins for Women Master between 60 and 64 years of age begins now. The medals will be awarded by Dimitris Koumoulos, CMAS Technical Delegate, accompanied by Marwan Al-Hariri, member of CMAS Freediving Commission. Erster Platz und Goldmedaille, Ute Weinrich, Deutschland. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the national anthem of Germany. Congratulations. and gentlemen, official award ceremony of the endurance 16 times 50 meters discipline for the category men master 55 and 59 years of age begins now. The medals will be awarded by Jesper Rislov, the president of Danish Freediving Federation, accompanied by Marwan Al-Haruri, the member of CMAS Freediving Commission. First place and gold medal winner, Frederick Myrie from Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the national anthem of Australia. Please give a big round of applause for the medal winner. Congratulations. With this medal ceremony, we conclude the second day of this Indoor Freediving World Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for participating. We wish you to spend a nice day in Belgrade, and don't forget the third day of the competition begins tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you very much. meters. Congratulations, Bregonzio, Italy. College Talanda, Poland. Kardaszewicz, Hrvatska.
Sad sam kako bi znao čovjek.
239.7 meters, and on the third place, Vivian Richard from France, 237.05.
Hali na vodu, tako da nema potrebe da radimo.
China. Guillaume Bourdila, France.